Alright guys, welcome back to Gilded Gaming and Final Fantasy XIV Stormblood. Barely. We are in the last patch of Stormblood. We're about to start it right now. And then Shadowbringers! My god. Alright, so we're gonna do this. We've got to do the last patch of main story. And we have some trials to do as well. I don't think I've picked them up yet, but the 3 trials for this expansion need to be done as well. We've got some optional dungeons we could do, but Shadowbringers is looming on the horizon and I can't wait to do it. Let's not waste any time. Let's get into this. Soul searching. Hey, Karanova.
I'm glad you've come, though I'm afraid there's little in the way of good news. After you left, we reached out to both the Alchemists Guild and Stillglade Fane and attempted all manner of treatments. But the results were always the same. Whatever the answer is, it's not alchemy or conjuring. Why did it have to be Y'shtola and Urianger and not me? Out of all of us, they are the ones who could feasibly have solved this puzzle. And Elfano's still missing. God, it's all going wrong. Where do we even start?
A grave situation indeed. Might I be of some assistance?
Hey, Cryle!
Cryle? I thought you were busy delving into the mysteries of Eureka.
When word reached me of the plight of our friends, I could not well stay away. As a fellow scion, not to mention your erstwhile mentor, this is one of those times you should feel free to call on me, regardless of my personal circumstances.
Yes, I should have thought of that. Thank you for coming, Cryle. We would welcome your insight.
And I should be happy to provide it. Now, what's this I hear about Alphano heading into Imperial territory? That boy always did have some funny ideas. Do you remember the speech he gave when he was accepted to the Studium?
My life's goal is naught less than the salvation of this star.
That particular grand pronouncement has been a source of great embarrassment to him, as you know. But the fact of the matter is, he meant every word and has lived his life accordingly.
Yes, he remains altruistic to a fault, but I'm worried he was too fixated on his goals to see the dangers, as has happened before.
You needn't be so concerned. Though his values remain the same, Alphano is not the blinkered boy he once was. Slowly but surely his eyes have been opened, thanks to a certain someone. A certain someone whom he'd be mortified to learn had heard about his little speech. Mum's the word, eh? Right, I'd better have a look at our patients. They're in the infirmary, I assume. I'll need absolute quiet, so it would be best if I did this alone. If you'll excuse me.
Man, it's been over a week since we did the last part of the story. I'd almost forgotten how messed up everybody was.
All 3 are in fine physical health. At a glance, I would say they were merely sound asleep. Except for the fact that I couldn't sense the slightest trace of them in their bodies. It's as if their souls have taken leave of their physical forms.
Ah, yes. The Elder Seedseer made a similar observation.
I've read the report. When you heard this mysterious voice, you described feeling as if you were somewhere else, yes? If we assume the ether which comprises your essence is being drawn to some other place, then it may be possible to follow the trail it leaves behind, just as we did in our search for Thancred.
I wasn't around for that, but I can't imagine it was easy.
Oh, it wasn't. But that's no reason not to try. I will have need of Master Matoya's crystal eye if I'm even to make the attempt. So I suggest we pay her a visit.
Yeah, I don't have even a theory about what's going on here. Back to just teleporting around the world. I will say, I think the mounts are faster in them. I don't know. Maybe not. This isn't bad. So, Karanova, did you said you decided to play some classic WoW? Have you actually started doing that? You said you were downloading it, right? Oh, you don't have the money yet. That's right. That's right. I remember. Run down. I'd heard Master Matoya was something of a recluse, but this seems extreme. So I'll happily overlook her eccentricities if she agrees to help us.
Come to disturb my peace again, have you? I hide myself away in a cave, and still you people insist on pestering me with your problems. Oh, I mistook you for young what's-his-name, but I see now you're the sister. Weren't you supposed to be the lively one? I've seen happier faces at a rain-sodden burial.
Well, I'm sorry to dash your expectations, but the situation isn't exactly conducive to gaiety.
Ha! That's more like it. Stoller used to spit and hiss like a wildcat too. Better for a young thing like you to be filled with fire and leave the doom and gloom to your elders. Now, what exactly does this tragic situation of yours have to do with me?
If I may, Master Matoya, we have need of your crystal eye once more.
Y'shtola is one of the afflicted, is she? Very well. She may be an ungrateful stray, but she's my ungrateful stray, and I'll not see her buried before I am.
Right. Let us see what we can see. I'll begin from where our friends first fell, and cast my senses out from there.
Let's see what we get.
What is it? Did you find them?
This doesn't make sense. How is it even possible?
Out with it! What's going on?
How is what possible? Kryl, what did you see?
The threads, they just ended. And no, I didn't lose track of them. I followed them as far as they went. It's as if they were cut off.
Could their ether have dissipated if it had? Oh gods!
What does that even mean?
Their bodies are just husks. It's like the broodmother's daughter all over again.
No, this is different. The Kalyana girl was already dead, body and soul, when Lakshmi effected her resurrection.
Aye, let's not jump to conclusions. If their physical forms yet breathe and show no signs of wasting, then it follows that their souls must still be intact somewhere.
But where?
That's the question, isn't it, girl? Death has not taken them to the ethereal sea, yet there are no tracks left for us to follow.
Okay.
We're no closer to an answer than when we started. But knowing their souls are still out there is progress of a sort. We just have to keep looking. Pray, excuse me a moment. Yes? I remember, but... What, to Alamigo? We're on our way. That was Lee's. Apparently, a group of Populares have defected to Alamigo, and Maxima, the envoy Alphino left with, is one of them.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I realize we've barely begun here, but...
Go, child, go! You've made up your mind, and life's too short for dithering.
I'll do some digging in the meantime and see if there isn't some other method we could use to continue the search.
Let's be off then.
Okay.
Oh, not again. The enchantment barely seems to take these days. I chalk it up to old age, but I rather doubt it's that simple.
Before they took ill, Y'shtola and Urianger were sharing notes on a thinning of the ether. It seems to be happening all over.
Does it now? And here I was, all set to blame my woes on that creaking mountain of refuse clogging up the celiac. I fear something has gone awry. Still, there's naught to be gained from starting in shadows. You can only do what can be done, and that but one thing at a time.
Victoria, let's be ominous. I fear something has gone awry. Oh well, let's get some tea. Nothing we can do about it. Welcome, Minus. Infinitely trying to connect to chat. That's no fun. Alright, so everybody's dropping and losing their soul, and hey, look, it's Nova. Flying a freaking what the hell? Okay. Cool. So that was the woman who tamed Stola. I have the distinct feeling of being grabbed by the scruff of the neck and having the nonsense shaken out of me. When Alphino is back, I'd like to visit again and ask her what tales she has of grandfather. Alright, first quest down. Good, good, good. It is raining. Here's everything. It's raining over there, not over here. But the holes... Is there another hole above me? Maybe? But there's no rain coming out of this hole. Right? Like, what? Why is it just raining right there? Oh, whatever. A defector's tidings. Right, so the guy that was with Alphino has come back. So Alphino's lost in Empire lands with a guy that kills Ascians. The Ascians haven't taken over the Empire, they kind of are the Empire. Our friends are losing their souls randomly to some voice in our head. We're really gonna start off this new expansion with a bang, apparently. I almost can't bear to hear what Maxima has to tell us. But it can't be bad news, can it? Lise would have said, unless... there's no point speculating. Lise said she notified the guards of our coming. So we should head straight to the palace gate in the Alamegan Quarter. I'll be praying for good news. Learn what you can about Alphino's plight and leave the search for our friends' lost souls to me. I was also thinking about, like, okay, so, like, we killed, well, Xenos killed himself. We defeated Xenos, and he died. And then they dug up his body, and an Ascian's, like, living in his corpse, as far as we can tell. And I was thinking, like, I don't think this is the case, but, like, there are other people that we thought died that suddenly came back. But I really don't think, like, Gosetsu is, like, being driven around by an Ascian. He's acting like himself. And Yotsu is certainly herself. A little more herself than is good for her. So I'm not worried about that. Alright, let's head on over to Alamigo. I don't know why I'm flying around. It's like I'm gonna ride all the way there. What's up, Alexander? It's one thing I've been doing a lot of that you never do in Final Fantasy. Is just riding around the world. Like, in WoW, you can't just teleport everywhere, so like you actually like travel around the map. I feel like it's not, like it's all connected, but like to me, like the Final Fantasy world is like a lot of disjointed areas because I don't actually usually travel between them. I just teleport, right? I don't know. Greetings, Scions. The commander told us to expect you. Shall I show you in? Yeah. That said, I save a lot of time not spending half an hour traveling somewhere. Alright, so this guy made it back.
I'm sorry to drag you halfway across the realm, But when Maxima mentioned Alphino, I thought you'd want to hear the news in person.
If we were to be able to depose the Ascians, perhaps we'll put the Empire in the hands of these Popularis guys that keep talking about.
Ah, we meet again. Though I was hoping our reunion would be under more auspicious circumstances.
What happened to my brother? Where is Alphino?
Never fear, my lady. Your brother was in fine health when I took my leave of him, and I have no reason to assume that has changed.
You assume?
If you will allow me, I shall endeavor to explain events.
I feel like we've not spent enough time on their little third eye thing, right? Like, it was briefly mentioned way back in like A Realm Reborn. Oh yeah, Garleans have this. Don't worry about it. We just moved on. And like, it seems like a bigger point. It's just ignored. It's there in their forehead, you know, they all have it. I was trying to think of like other Final Fantasies where a creature had something like that on their forehead, and the only thing I can think of is ironically Final Fantasy IX as an example. I mean, it's not just 9, but like the summoners having the horn coming out of their forehead, right? But like, they don't ever do anything with it, really. But I wonder if that's related to the whole Ascian thing somehow. Like they have a literally physical third eye. I don't know.
Our troubles began not long after we departed Doma. While crossing the burn, we were fired upon by the Emperor's personal guard and forced to make an emergency landing.
It's just weird to have such a big, in-your-face physical characteristic and then like not have it have any like narrative payoff at all yet. It's just there. Like, why?
As we stumbled from the wreckage, our attackers fell upon us again, and we would have perished there and then were it not for the intercession of a third party, a band of mercenaries whose leader claimed to pursue a vendetta against the Ascians. This shadow hunter, as he styled himself, then escorted us out of the wastes to relative safety. Upon arriving back in civilization, I gathered my Popularis colleagues and prepared to flee the Empire. Master Alphino, however, declined the invitation to join us, preferring to continue his investigation into the Ascian threat.
Well, at least he's not lying in a heap in the burn. Tell us more about these Ascian hunters. Who are they? And is Alphino still with them?
He is. As to who they are, I'm afraid I have nothing to tell you. Beyond the fact that they root out and destroy Ascians, they were unwilling to divulge anything which might serve to identify them.
You would think Y'shtola would make like a really good Ascian hunter, because you'd have to think maybe she could like tell that someone's possessed just by looking at them, right?
They would not even reveal their next destination. But Master Alphino asked to accompany them all the same. Since parting company with your brother, we've been engaged in a game of cat and mouse with the Emperor's guard. We made our way through province after province, finding the army busy restoring order wherever we went, until we finally arrived here in Alamigo. I cannot thank Commander Aldin enough for giving us such an unexpectedly warm welcome.
I was thinking about the whole aether is thinning thing, and that's sort of it's a common thing that's come up in Final Fantasies, right? It came up in 7 because Shinra was leeching the planet with its power stations, but it also came up in 9 because in 9, which is more interesting and possibly more like to something we might see in 14. In 9, there was a whole nother world leeching the energy off of the other one. Like, There, like the whole plot with Garland and how he was like, well, I don't want to get it. It's the end. It's the big story of the villain at 9. But wonder if there's something like that going on here.
I'm not inclined to turn away refugees, no matter which land they call home. And if they can tell me how things lie in Garlemald, all the better.
On that subject, there is much I would tell you. During the course of our journey, we heard tales that an entire rebel army had been slaughtered in the space of a single night. It would seem my former comrades grew tired of putting down uprisings in the conventional manner, and chose instead to bring a formidable new weapon to bear. Details were sparse, but the rumor alone was enough to dampen the flames of rebellion. I have also heard reports that several companies have withdrawn from their designated provinces and begun marching westward. It is my assessment that the Empire's forces are mobilizing for a large-scale military engagement.
In Alamigo?
Westward? You mean they're getting ready to invade Alamigo?
We knew this was coming, but not that it would be so soon.
We've barely even begun to shore up our defenses. They won't stop an invading army.
No, they won't. Dispatch messengers to the Alliance leadership requesting reinforcements, and send word to our officers in the field to hasten completion of those border fortifications. Prepare to meet the Imperials head on! No matter how quickly we act, we still want for time. When the enemy comes into view, our best recourse will be to open negotiations with their commander, and see that the ensuing proceedings take as long as possible.
Would you and Alize head to Doma and let Lord Hier know about this? I'm sure he'll want to hear about Alphino too.
Consider it done. We'll send word when...
Oh shit.
Untold sorrow must be changed.
He's talking like he's from the future and he's trying to change what happened.
Looms a calamity.
He keeps talking about a future calamity.
Throw wide the gates.
Speaking to us through Etro's gate. Restarting your computer. Oh, that's good. I'm glad I fixed it.
You heard it too. Well, at least we're both still standing.
Oh, thank the gods. I thought we'd lost you for a moment there. Why does this keep happening?
We're both still standing, but we're not the only people left that have the echo.
I wish I knew. Nothing we've tried has brought us any closer to an answer. We'll keep working on it. But first, we need to go and see Lord Hier.
Alright. So Alphino is safe for the present, at least. Now all we need to worry about is a full-scale Imperial invasion. That's all. I'm actually glad Lise talked to us. I'm actually glad Lise tasked us with visiting Lord Hien. Better to be dashing from place to place than sitting around stewing over things we can't change to the Enclave. Only you and Krile have the echo, no one else in the signs. Oh, you know what? You're right. That's a good point. Like, Urion J doesn't have the echo, for instance, and he's down. Stola doesn't have it. So it's just affecting the Scions. That's even weirder. Well, and Minfilia, but we already lost her. I see you have tidings for Lord Hien. May I show you in? And possibly for Dola, if things keep going in the direction they are. Maybe. Who knows with that woman. What's up, guys? Greetings, my friends. I was just discussing future endeavors with members of our newly formed alliance. The Kojin and the Confederacy, you already know, and it was your own strength of arms that won us cooperation of the Steppes tribes. We have also been joined by our neighbors from Nagsia and the indomitable citizens of Dalmasca, though the scattered nature of the latter's resistance will somewhat delay their official induction. These proud peoples have united under a single purpose, to stand against the tyranny of the Garlean Empire. I'm glad to see your alliance is coming together so swiftly. As things stand, I fear we shall soon have need of your strength. They could hit the Empire from the east if they try to attack us to the west. I thank you for bringing me news of Alphino. His fate is never far from my thoughts. Not only because he is our emissary. As for this sudden deployment of Imperial forces, I agree that Alamigo would be wise to shore up its borders with all haste. Every report we've received from our shinobi indicates a massing of troops in the western provinces. It seems all but certain the Empire is poised to bring its fists down upon Eorzea. And I would help deflect that blow. But I cannot risk sending reinforcements just yet. We will remain vulnerable to airborne assault until our wall in the burn is in place. The all-important Allegan energy barrier. The energy barrier, yes. I thought to call it something more auspicious. A name drawn from the four lords of legend, perhaps. Seryu's Aegis. Or some such. Well, just a thought. What's the name of your account? No. The Ironworks engineers report that they have finished calibrating the generators and are ready to proceed to the testing stage. Have you time to attend to the first test? You've seen the field which protected as a slaw firsthand, and I would be interested to hear how you think ours compares. I'll come too if you don't mind. Though I'm no Ishtola, I may be able to offer some insight. Of course. Time being of the essence, I would be best if we made directly for the burn. Yugiri, I leave you and Hakuro to bring the War Council to a close. Understood. Your mounts are saddled and ready, my lord. Where are the storms? Okay. We'll cross the burn by Yol and Falcon. As before, join me at the overlook near the House of the Fierce. Car battery was dead in the airport parking garage? Oh man. Someone leave the lights on or a door open or something? Man, so the plan tonight is to finish this patch and then do the trials and stuff, you know, just be ready to start Shadowbringers next time. But I don't know how much I'm gonna be able to be like, you know what guys, we can just do Shadowbringers. Let's just what happens next? I need more story. Alright. Okay. Hello. Give the word when you're ready to take wing. Head to the burn.
It seems the engineers have matters well in hand. Should the barrier work as we intend, Doma will be free to reinforce her allies in Alamigo without fear of weakening her own borders. Honored friends, the time has come to put your hard work to the test. Start the generator.
Node 1 is operational. Nodes 2 to 8 are reporting similar energy levels. The barrier is forming. $1,000 yards, 2,000, 3,000. Expansion remains smooth. No fluctuations detected. Target altitude reached. The barrier is holding steady at 5,000 yards. We've done it.
Is that an Imperial airship? Of all the rotten timing.
But this is a gift, Mistress Alize. They can test our new wool for us.
We're smacking into it. Let's hope it's not Alphino in there.
Seems solid enough, though I was hoping for a fireball.
We have here. Yeah, it's this guy. With Alphino, of course it is.
By the gods, it's Alphino. What are you? Let me go! He has my brother!
Lower the barrier!
Be at ease, girl. The lad is not dead, merely locked in slumber.
Oh crap, he's passed out now too.
No, not him too.
We could identify no cause and found no remedy. Thus I sought to return him to Doma, and into the arms of Lord Hien himself, it would seem. It is a day for fated reunions. Would you not agree, adventurer? Or should I address you as the Warrior of Light?
Reunion? Gaius von Belsa? What? What?
Aye. Gaius van Baelsar, the Black Wolf. That was the title I was given. One I have long since relinquished.
Okay.
Stand down. The legatus of the 14th Imperial Legion died in Castrum Meridianum. I am no more than Gaius Baelsar, a man without rank or allegiance.
Impossible. There's no way you could have survived.
Do you remember how it unfolded? How I was deceived by La Habrea? How I was convinced that reviving the Ultima weapon would allow me to bring peace to Eorzea?
Do you remember how it unfolded? Yes, we've done that over and over again. Just we don't need to see the cutscenes again. Don't make me watch the cutscenes again.
The Ascian used me, as he used so many others, all to further the restoration of his wretched god. Yet even with the might of Alec at my command, you bested me. And as the Praetorium went up in flames, I was content to burn along with it. For a moment at least. A moment of folly. To surrender my life thus would have been to betray all who died for my cause. It was for them that I dragged myself free of the rubble, and swore vengeance on the Ascians. The Black Wolf has shed his pelt, never to return to Garlemald or her legions. I live now only to exact revenge. My principal quarry was to be La Habrea, whom I gather you have since ushered onto oblivion. But so many more remain. Long as their kind lurked in the shadows, laboring to sow chaos throughout our world, I would see each and every one dragged into the light and put to the sword. Are the Scions not of like mind?
In this single respect, perhaps.
Then I shall continue the partnership the boy began, and share what intelligence I have acquired. Among the Ascians, the Black-Masked Ilk are subordinate to those who wear red. This you already know. Yet among the red there exists a hierarchy. Those set adrift with the shards clearly stand below those still joined to the source. Nabriales, who once dared to intrude upon the Rising Stones, belonged to the former group, and while he was indeed a dangerous foe, his powers were inconsequential next to the paragons of the Source. The first was La Habrea, who plagues us no more. There is also the white-robed Elidibus, and the elusive Emmet Selk, about whom little is known.
We have files on La Habrea and Elidibus, but I believe this Emmet Selk is new to us? As I assume my brother told you, we have evidence to suggest that an Ascian now walks in the body of the Crown Prince. Have you identified this interloper?
Elidibus seems the most likely culprit. As emissary, it is his role to maintain the equilibrium between darkness and light. Your many deeds in Hydaelyn's name have upset the balance, and I believe he seeks to restore it by throwing his considerable power behind the Empire. As a leader of the Ascians, he is one of our primary targets. It was on the trail of this very prey that the boy and I came across the scene of a failed uprising. In the absence of a single Garlean casualty, we inspected the bodies of the rebels, and the lack of any external injury drew my immediate attention. They had been slain by Black Rose, an alchemical invention of the Imperial Army. When I yet served as legatus, I ordered its production halted and all stockpiles destroyed. Toxic gas is not a tool of conquest, but of extermination.
Toxic gas? This must be the new weapon Maxima warned us about. Something deadly enough to sweep away all resistance in a matter of hours. Gods. You don't think they're planning to use this in Alamigo, do you?
Put your fears to rest. We infiltrated the production facility and destroyed all existing stores of the chemical along with the plant itself. Even should they rebuild the operation, They will not soon manufacture another batch.
Well, that's convenient.
Regardless, I would draw your attention to a directive we discovered in the plant's records. The document was marked with a recent date and authorized with the signature of one Zeno C.A. Galvus.
A dead man signing the death warrant for thousands. 'Tis bad comedy.
But the tale does not end there. Within that same facility was a chamber filled with devices of elegant design. Cloning technology, we realized. And what should we find in each and every incubator? But a young Emperor Solus.
Good lord.
All of which prompts the question, were the Ascians responsible for these abominations, or was it the will of the Emperor? I must know which hand guides the Empire. Though I have given up my rank, I am yet a son of Garlemald, and I will fight for the future of my homeland. It is time I return to the hunting of shadows. We should focus on our common foe. To reopen old quarrels now would serve no purpose.
You saved my brother's life, so I'm willing to let sleeping dogs lie. But in truth, it's not my decision to make.
No, you die here. Important, more important. I don't know why they give you these options. They always give you these options. Do you want to choose A or B? And it's like, yes or okay, yes.
Even as I, in my blinkered conviction, place mine in Ascian promises.
Like, what's the point of giving me an option when both options are the same thing? I'm just, yeah, I get that, but it's like literally the same thing. It's like, okay, well, now's not the time, or we'll wait till later. It's like, okay.
Unlike yours, my strength of will and my restraint was found wanting. We shall meet again, warrior of light.
So that was the infamous Black Wolf. An unexpected ally, to say the least. Well, I am content to leave the fine-tuning of the barrier to cleverer minds. Let us bid our friends from the Ironworks farewell, and see what can be done for Alphino back in Dorma.
The quest's down. It's like 3 of them, I think, right? This patch is only supposed to have like 5 quests, I think. Alphino is safely ensconced in a private chamber. My finest healer is examining him as we speak. I've spoken with the physician and there are no outward signs of illness. Alphino is lost in a deep sleep from which he cannot be awoken, just like the others. It seems that even the lands of the Empire were not far enough away to escape that cursed voice. I share your frustration, Alize, I do, but Alphino has returned to us alive, and otherwise unharmed. All that remains is to find the means to waken. Until then, you can but fulfill your duties as a scion, yours and your brother's both. You're right, of course. There are arrangements to be made and little time to make them. To business then, my lord. Now that we know Saryu's wall works as intended, can we expect reinforcements for Alamigo? You most certainly can. As promised, we will send troops to bolster our allies in Eorzea without delay. Pray be aware, however, they will not arrive without delay. Save for some few who can boast teleportation magics, the bulk of our force must be transported by sea, a lengthy voyage for which smaller vessels favored by the Confederacy are ill-equipped. Accordingly, I mean to enlist the assistance of the East Aldenard Trading Company in finding suitable ships. As for navigating the distances in question, we are in the happy position of being able to call upon those who plotted the course of my people's exodus to Eorzea. Beyond the procurement of ships, I think it unlikely that our East Aldenard friends will consent to any involvement in military operations, but I'm certain they will afford Alphino a berth aboard one of their vessels. I shall have the Chirurgeon accompany him every ilm of the way to the Rising Stones. You have my thanks, Lord Ian. Yugiri, I'll go on ahead with our friends to Alamigo. Enlist all those capable of teleportation and put them at the disposal of the Eorzean Alliance as soon as possible. They will form the vanguard. Yes, my lord. This is exactly what we'd hoped for. Lys and the Alliance leaders will be glad indeed to welcome the combined strength of the East. Lys ducked out of the Scions just in time to avoid having her soul sucked out. Meanwhile, Black at the Black Rose chemical plant. Oh my.
Our supplies of Black Rose have been ruined, but the new plant is already under construction. We should have the first batch ready in time for the offensive, Your Radiance. See that you do.
Can't tell if he's wearing something around his head or if that's like in his skin.
Ah, yes, the infamous Black Rose. If I recall correctly, Gaius did not much care for the invention. A ruthless and indiscriminate weapon indeed, this airborne poison. It seems you are capable of making decisions worthy of your bloodline.
With no gift for sorcery, we Garleans must look to Magitech to even the odds. If it spares the needless deaths of our soldiers and serves the cause of this empire, there is no method I would not employ.
How very noble of you.
Truly, though, I must commend you for embracing your role as Emperor. You play the part of the determined ruler well. Sometimes even I catch myself believing.
Alright, this is my favorite new character by far. This guy's awesome.
A silent agent of death. Now that I think on it, Black Rose may well possess the perfect aspect. Slowly but surely, the deluge of light has worked upon the ether here in the source, and the gas should be most susceptible to its influence. Well, I shall leave you to your own devices. Go forth and bloody the land with your grand and glorious war.
While you do what, precisely?
Need you ask? I will be doing what all Ascians do.
I am well aware that your kind exists only to usher in the next calamity. But you seem oblivious to the harm your singular agenda causes to the Empire. You cannot have forgotten the events which followed your mortal demise. Our homeland was plunged into civil war for your failure to name a successor. The edifice you so carefully constructed was but a hair's breadth from collapse.
Sounds like the chaos you love.
Truly so naive?
Did it on purpose.
You thought me oblivious to the consequences of a departure so painstakingly timed?
Yeah, exactly.
It was by design? Well, of course it was. Though I will admit the resulting panic exceeded even my wildest expectations. But how can you be surprised? Throwing the world into disarray was the very purpose for which this nation was, as you say, so carefully constructed. Now, if you have no further questions, I must be on my way. Since we may not meet again in this lifetime, it would be remiss of me not to offer a word or two of gratitude. I really must thank you for this surplus of vessels. I can mold any host into my own image, but having bodies tailor-made for me in this fashion is so much less tiresome. You dabbled in Allagan cloning techniques, yes? It certainly is a compelling, not to mention entertaining, field of research. And of all the options available, you chose the founding father on whom to experiment. You have a twisted streak to you, Varus, like grandsire, like grandson, hey? If events play out as planned, this will become something of a family enterprise. You will be the capstone of this world, I the anchor and shard, and together we will give the lie to this star's fraudulent existence.
This guy's great. Alright. Question marks. Parlay on the front lines. We're gonna talk with him. We must leave now to convene with Eorzea's leaders, and it may be some time before I return to Doma. Akira, I leave you in command. My lord. I shall assemble an advance party with all haste, and join you in Alamigo forthwith. I've just received word from Lys. The Alliance has established a base camp near Alamigo's northeastern border. Once we've arrived in the locks, we are to report to a resistance officer stationed in Portia Praetoria, who will point us in the right direction. Let's not keep them waiting. Hey, Shadow Kodako, how's it going? Ah, he must be the Scion party I was told to look out for. If you'll follow me, I'll take you directly to Alliance headquarters. So I hear that World of Warcraft's newest expansion, Shadowlands, is only going to get like a 0.1 and a 0.2 patch. They're not going to give it the normal 0.3 because they've fallen behind because of COVID, and they're just going to catch up by just only doing 2. And then going right into the next expansion as planned, basically.
Welcome back, you two. Greetings, Lord Here. Glad you could join us.
They've only done that once before. Then they did it with Warlords of Draenor, where they only had a 0.1 and a 0.2. They're still planning on having 2 content batches. It's just going to be 1 and 2.
glad to be here. I would have come sooner, were our own defense is not in question, but I am pleased to report that our soldiers are assembling for deployment to Alamigo as we speak.
We're grateful for your support. Thanks to the efforts of our allies, it won't be long before we've established defensive positions on this front as well.
We have some good news too. Alphino has come back to us. As for the bad news,
so Alphino won't wake up. Gaius van Baelsar is alive and hunting Ascians, and the Empire is planning to poison us all with toxic gas. Does that sound about right?
That's about it.
Ordinarily, any one of those things would have left me in shock. But the way things have been lately, it's all starting to seem pretty normal. Getting back to your report, are we sure this Black Rose is the weapon Maxima was talking about?
It fits the description. And it seems we have Alphino to thank for sparing us an early demonstration of its effectiveness. I have a feeling this won't be the last time his bravery in the Empire will serve us here in Eorzea. The threat of an unknown weapon has had us all on edge. But now that we know what we're dealing with, we can take steps to defend against it.
Gas masks for everyone!
As for Gaius, I'm not sure what to think. Am I happy he's alive? Not in the slightest. Am I happy he's hunting Ascians? Aye, I'd have to say I am.
Oh, speaking of Garleans you didn't expect to see, we have a tale of our own, as it happens. When we sent envoys to the Imperial Army to request talks, they returned with the message that Varus Zos Galvus would be attending.
The Emperor himself. Well, Varus did sanction the Popularis peace mission. But knowing that an Ascian walks in his son's skin, I do not see how we can trust him or anyone from that nest of vipers.
Honestly, I feel like Varus would love to have us take the Ascian problem off his hands.
The Alliance would proceed with negotiations regardless, if only to give ourselves more time to prepare. We do, however, require your cooperation.
Right. Yes. So, as a condition for the talks to go forward, the Empire has requested that a member of the Scions be present. There'll be a representative from each Alliance nation, of course, but I'm afraid we have to ask that you come along too.
God, Lise, you know how much I hate politics. But then, what choice do I have? Alphino and the others aren't going to do it. Very well. I shall attend as the Scion's representative.
In case you're wondering why I didn't ask you, the Empire also requested the presence of Eorzea's champion.
I'll be there.
That's settled then. We don't know what Varus means to bring to the table, or why he wants you there, but having you close at hand will make all the difference.
The meeting will take place on the border. Anticipating an early assault, we mean to position the bulk of our forces nearby.
Everyone depends on the Warrior of Light so much for, like, everything.
The Alliance leaders should already be on their way. Once you're ready, we can head out and join them.
Alright. Well, I don't suppose it's polite to keep an Emperor waiting too long, shall we? Let's parley with the Emperor. This ought to be interesting.
esteemed representatives of the Eorzean Alliance. On behalf of the Gallian Empire, I thank you for inviting me here today. As this parley was convened at your request, I invite you to speak first.
Very well, Your Radiance. I, Nanimo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, should be pleased to oblige you. As recent events in Alamigo and Doma have made plain, the subjugation and exploitation of neighboring nations is not a sustainable policy. Should this day end in war, you may very well defeat us, but you will never extinguish the people's desire for freedom. Though it may not be in our lifetime, there will be another revolution, another war, and the cycle will continue. Doma has entered into a concord with the nations of Eorzea, a partnership wherein we recognize one another as equals. Garlemald could be afforded similar treatment. You need only set aside your ambitions and join us in paving a path towards peace.
You will not win me over with sophistry, Your Grace. As you know only too well, this alliance lacks the strength to keep the peace within its own borders. Even now, your struggles with the Beastmen continue unabated. Divided, you sow this fertile soil with the seeds of your differences and reap naught but discord and chaos for your trouble. Eorzea must be united under one leader, one purpose. I would offer you both and bring an end to your strife.
With all due respect, Your Radiance, the only thing that you offered the people of Alamigo was fear and hopelessness.
The citizens of Doma can also attest to the meager arms of Imperial rule. There is no purpose to be found in a life of oppression, each day more uncertain than the last.
Our people are willing to die for their freedom. A great many already have, and countless more will, if we don't put an end to this madness here and now.
We brought order and stability to your lives. This madness and bloodshed is of your own making. You broke the peace, not Garlemald.
Come on, dude. You know better than this.
Peace. Order. You kill our peoples, despoil our lands, take everything that is ours. And what? You expect us to lick the boot that grinds our faces into the dirt?
I expect you to weigh the costs, to recognize that countless lives have been lost on both sides in pursuit of a greater good, and to not squander all we have achieved in a fit of petulance.
Your Radiance, I fear I can personally attest to the dangers of pursuing one's vision with such righteous fervor. For 1,000 years, the Holy See of Ishgard waged war with dragons. A 1,000 years of sacrifice, of sorrow and hate, in which we bathed in the blood of friend and foe alike. Had it gone on any longer, we may well have drowned. Yet we have chosen to raise ourselves out of this bloody spiral, and have since made peace with our former enemy.
So I understand. No doubt the dragons were more receptive to your overtures in the wake of their leader's demise. You speak of peace, yet use war to achieve it. Your father would not have bothered to obscure his intent with honeyed words. He understood that strength is all that matters in the end. Without his clarity of vision, I can but wonder what will become of Ishgard and her people. There was a time when Garlemald too lacked a leader of conviction. Weak and unable to wield magic, we were at the mercy of the strong from whom we sought refuge in the bitter cold of the north. Were it not for the discovery of ceruleum and the subsequent development of magitech, we might never have gained the power to take back that which was rightfully ours.
You speak as if your people were the first to have been driven from their homes. Limsa Lominsa was built by wayward souls in search of a place to call their own. On the shores of Vilbrand we found it. And from those humble beginnings did we grow and flourish. And all without robbing our neighbors of their liberty.
So saith the pirate. Am I to believe that you simply asked the kobolds to yield up their lands and that they were happy to oblige you? That you did not drive them out like rats in the hold of one of the many ships seized by your privateers? I will concede that after centuries of exile, reclamation may be mistaken for invasion. Nevertheless, it is not. And those who till stolen soil have no right to object when cast out in turn.
Your uncompromising nature rivals that of the Ixal. They too lament circumstances which they themselves perpetuate. Were they but to embrace peace, we would welcome them with open arms. Indeed, some few have done just that, and now receive of the 12's Wood's bounty. Would that your people might learn from their example.
You dare compare us to the Birdmen? You who thought to invoke the 12 and threaten all of creation?
I came here in the hope of finding some speck of common ground, but I see now these discussions will accomplish nothing. Despite what you people may believe, I am not wont to choose the sword over the olive branch. 'Tis but a pity men are loath to accept one without first being shown the other.
Wait, I beg you. This meeting was supposed to be a chance to find a way forward together, not to bemoan the missteps which brought us here. Please. If you truly consider violence a last resort, there must be a way we can come to an agreement.
As Mistress Alisaie says, we did not come here to bicker over the past, but to discuss how we might strive towards a brighter future. Emperor Varys, may I suggest a short recess, that all present might compose themselves prior to beginning anew?
Very well. I pray this intermission will suffice to move these talks in a more constructive direction.
You get so many back issues walking around with all that metal on you all the time. It's so much weight. It's huge shoulders. This is really not my forte. After his Radiance's little performance, all I could do not to swear at him. I honestly don't know how I ended up playing the mediator. I just asked myself what Alphino would have done and tried my best to do the same, and by some miracle it worked. But there is really no common ground to be found with that man, nor do I think he looked for any. So the question becomes, what did he come here to do? Because you may be certain it wasn't to make peace. Well, we're trying to delay to get our defenses in order. He's probably trying to delay to get his Black Rose ready. Whatever it is, I can't make it out. Not yet, at least. We do have a little time before the parley is due to reconvene, though. So why not try to consulting with our illustrious leaders? Mayhap they have some insight to share. I will say one thing for this Varus. He is well versed in Eorzean history. His interest in our affairs is that of a beast and its prey, and the Conqueror would know his enemies. All should know their enemies, yet there is much and more we do not know about the Empire. Then it's up to us to change that here and now. Huh, you would have me ask the Emperor himself. Well, mayhap there is some wisdom in that. If we can skirt the storm of his displeasure, we may yet come to our answers, even if it does mean sailing close to the wind. His parley was never like to bring peace, but I had hoped to learn something of Emperor Varus' relation with the Ascians. As had we all, yet if he is in league with them, he is not like to volunteer the fact. And then, if he is not, how much weaker would his position seem for their presence? If we were to broach that particular subject, we will need to be subtle. Would that I knew more of the man, if you would indulge me. Lord Hien, you received an imperial education, did you not? Is it true the Emperor's will is considered absolute? There is no higher authority in Arl of Garlemald, nor else in the heavens come to that. Veneration of the gods is forbidden, the only worship is permitted being that of his Radiance's own person. That sounds suspiciously like religion. I share your disdain for their hypocrisy. Even as they denigrate the idea of faith, they revere their leader with a fervor others reserve for the divine. 'Tis a flaw common to much of the doctrine they fed us. Logical on the surface, perhaps, but contradictory upon closer examination. I wonder if a discussion of the various discrepancies might prompt Varus to reveal something. 12 have mercy, but for Lady Alize's timely interjection, we might well have come to blows at the negotiation table. Not that Emperor Varus left us a great many options. Is unconditional surrender all he will accept, do you think? Ere he arrived, I'd have said yes, but having heard him speak, I cannot help but think he came with some other end in mind. Exactly, he's building up to something, I know it. And how should we approach the rest of the parley? Have you anything to say, Warrior of Light? Invite him to explain himself. You believe he's more apt to reveal the truth if we put him at his ease. Mayhap you are right. Thank you, Elheim. You've spoken with everyone then. Good. Now all that remains is to await the pleasure of the Emperor, and hope that we fare better at the second attempt.
Now then, who would have the floor?
Before we resume, I wish to offer you an apology. After you graciously accepted our invitation to discuss an armistice, we have done naught but rebuke you at every opportunity. I believe I speak for all of us when I say we are deeply sorry for our discourtesy.
I'll admit your familiarity with our affairs surprised me, and served to remind me how little I know of yours.
I think all here can understand the desire to reclaim one's homeland. But why expand further? That is my question.
If I may, the answer can be found in the Imperial doctrine they took great pains to impart to my people. Recognizing the threat icons posed to the world, Solus Zos Galvus decreed that they were to be eradicated. To this end, he began a campaign to unite all lands under the Garlean banner. Or so we were taught. Yet the Emperor only reached the burn, the Baron said to have been laid waste by icons, after conquering all the lands that lay between. What is more, I am quite certain the practice of summoning was not nearly so widespread in the days before the Empire's founding.
When you put it like that, it all starts to sound like an excuse, doesn't it? But to distract from what? Why are you really waging this war?
We gonna have to talk?
Finally, you ask the right question.
Okay.
I can but hope you heed mine answer and at last accept the righteousness of our cause. My goal is this: to return the world to the way it once was, the way it was always meant to be. In doing so, mankind will be made whole once more. No longer will we suffer from the dissension born of our differences. There will be but one race, a perfect race, as we were when time began.
Excuse me?
What in Rulga's name are you talking about?
I am talking about the origins of this star, of the source and its 13 reflections. At the instant of the great sundering, 'twas not only the world that was shattered, but mankind itself. Thus were we divided into myriad races, each with its own unique imperfections. That is why man looks upon his neighbor and feels fear and hatred, why he wages war, why he kills his brother. You all in your own way have proven as much today. The peace you seek is but a fleeting solution to a fundamental problem. One which calls for more drastic measures.
And suddenly we're just out to wipe out the other races? Like, oh god.
To bring about everlasting peace, our worlds must be rejoined. That is the goal the Empire would see realized. The glorious future unto which we shall one day shepherd mankind.
A rejoining of worlds.
I have heard this tale of the Source and its reflections before.
Are these not the self-same desires as the Ascians?
Emperor Varys, do not trust in their words. They will lead you to your doom. My father thought to use them, but in the end he succumbed to their temptations. He embraced summoning like so many other pawns before him. Do not tell us you mean to do the same.
To be a pawn, free from the burden of choice, would be a blessing. But I forswore that privilege the day I learned that the Garlean Empire was built by the hand of an Ascian.
Oh, he's just gonna tell him.
What?
Yes. My grandsire, the former emperor, is of their number. And who better to build an empire capable of bringing about the calamitous change we desire? Would you condemn me for this alliance? For bowing to the will of these shadowy masters when the prize is true and lasting peace?
Yeah, I'll stop you in the Ascians no matter the cost.
I come not to conquer, but to liberate. To free man from the prison of divergence.
Imagine a world united. One perfect race beneath a single standard. An army before whose might these servants of darkness and light would fly as leaves in a storm, never again to meddle in man's affairs. We would be the masters of our own fate. I bid you join me. Not as subjects of Garlemald, but of a new nation. And together we shall win freedom for ourselves and generations yet unborn.
You want to trigger another half-dozen calamities? You can't be serious!
Have you forgotten how many died? There will be no one left.
Do you truly imagine we would aid you in your bloodletting?
It is unthinkable, unconscionable.
We're gonna stand up too. Nanamo's standing right now, if you can't tell.
To be as cattle waiting for slaughter, I would have us work together that we might take fate into our own hands.
I feel like Nanamo gets lower to the ground when she stands up outside of the chair.
Into your hands, perhaps. But what of the other worlds, your radiance? With every calamity, you obliterate a star and every soul that dwells on it.
To the Ascians, we are all but tiny, momentary specks within an indifferent universe. We cannot hope to oppose them until we have been made whole once more.
Are these truly the words of Garlemald's ruler? The flaws and foibles which you so abhor are what make us who we are. Every nation, even yours, Emperor Varys, is made whole through the combination of these imperfections, the strengths of one compensating for the weaknesses of another. While it is true that man succumbs all too often to anger and avarice, he may yet overcome his baser instincts through the forming of bonds with others, fostering community and cooperation. That the protector of an empire should not only reject these fundamental truths, but seek to change them at so dear a cost to life is indefensible. Such a man is not fit to govern.
And you, warrior of light, would you refuse me as well?
We can defeat the Ascians as we are.
It would seem the Alliance is of one mind on this matter.
You Eorzeans never cease to disappoint me. Though I suppose I have only myself to blame for expecting more from savages. This discussion is at an end. I bid you make ready for our next meeting. It will not be at the negotiating table.
All right. They came back to find Doma's advance party ready and waiting for battle. So as worrying as our little chat with the Emperor was, it did buy enough time for at least some of our allies to arrive. Having listened to Emperor Varus' maniacal plans, Lisa's ready to go to war.
I'm not sure what I was expecting from our meeting with the Emperor, but it wasn't that. Still, at least we know now what he's really after.
Aye, a future built on a mountain of bodies. I too want the Ascians dead, but not at any cost.
The last of the reinforcements from Doma arrived not long ago. I pray it will be enough. Given the Emperor's stated goal, this is a battle we can ill afford to lose.
If the Gallians come in force, we may not have much say in the matter, even with our combined strength.
We knew from the first that the odds would be against us. But if there is even the slightest chance of victory, we must do everything in our power to seize it.
We must seize it, full stop.
Here!
The two of you are to join an irregular unit and support the main host. I won't bother asking if you're minded to fight.
After coming this far, how could I not? And for once, there's no one around to countermand me. Not that they would. Not even my brother. But we all know who really make the difference. Ready to frighten some Garleans?
I wouldn't want to be on their side.
Might I ask you to accompany the Dorman contingent? They are strangers here, and your presence would do much to raise their spirits.
We would be honored.
When our people stride out with you in their midst, I dare say the Eorzeans will feel an ilm taller themselves. High spirits have a way of spreading.
What I wouldn't give to join you. But my duties as field commander will not allow it. I'll leave the front lines in your capable hands. Comrades, ready your arms. The hour of battle has come. May the crystal guide us to victory!
Since the others couldn't be here, we'll have to fight twice as hard. If Alphino wakes to find the Imperials have won, I shall never hear the end of it. It's strange. I thought I would be terrified when the fighting started. I should be terrified. But with you at our side, I can't help feeling everything is going to be all right. So please, don't you dare leave me alone.
All right.
No matter what happens, we have to survive together.
Looks like we're having another big battle here at Alamigo again. Awesome. Ooh. Oh, we got something. Is it a dungeon? It is. The Gimlet. I don't know how to pronounce Gimlet Dark? Okay. Got a dungeon, guys. Who wants to do a dungeon? Minus is here. What about you, Kara? Nova logged out so his laptop wouldn't overheat. You still there, bud? We got a dungeon to run. Alright, log him back in. Sweet. Say join. Whatever you want to be, man. I don't even know what Minus is right now. I'm a dancer, obviously. What are you running right now, Minus? You're a Dragoon. So we need like a healer or a tank, I guess. This is just a regular dungeon, right? So it's gonna be 4-man. Can float on air. Gotcha. Carnova's having some technical difficulties. Just let me know, what's up? Just keep me in the loop. Do what you gotta do, man. See if I can remember how to dance. We're good. What I think of the talks with the Emperor? They didn't go how I thought they would. Honestly, I didn't feel like he was that on board with the Ascian's plans when he was talking with his grandpappy, but he definitely seems on board with them, at least when he's playing the role of Emperor. Although he also sounds like he wants to defeat the Ascians, but he wants to like complete their plans in order to do it, which seems kind of bass-ackwards, right? Yes, the one way to defeat the Ascians is to do everything that they want, and then we can defeat them. It doesn't make any sense. Like, we'll never be able to defeat the Ascians while we're, you know, not all one race, so let's do everything that they want and bring about the calamity, and then we can defeat them. This is a great plan. It makes no sense at all. I'm really interested to find out what's going on with, you know, the Scions having their souls ripped out. I'm hoping that comes up in the story soon, because, like, obviously that's a thing. it sounds like someone's either speaking from the future trying to avert a calamity that hasn't actually happened yet, or it's someone from one of the other worlds that have been destroyed trying to fix it somehow. I don't know. Don't feel dumb, Nova. Just log in and let's do this. I need to start reading the quests in WoW too, you know? We're in the Outlands now. I did a dungeon last night. It was a bit rough. Like, it's really hard. I have a lot of aggro issues on my warrior as a tank right now. One, because my gear is really weak, right? So I'm not doing that much damage, and I'm a little squishy for a tank. But I'm definitely geared up enough to do it, right? But the problem is, a lot of these people are in like raid gear from vanilla. And so not only would I normally have trouble holding aggro, but they're doing like way more damage than someone of my gear level. So like I have a lot of issues holding aggro. And the group that I was with last night didn't want to give me any time to like establish aggro on the enemies. They would just like lay into them, and so it was just chaos. There was enemies running left and right, and I'm sitting there trying to grab them, and oof. It doesn't say you're in, Nova. Maybe this isn't refreshed. Let me try it again. There it goes. All right. Oh. Both meet the requirements. Get into the right job, sir. You tanking, you healing, what you doing? We good? Let me know when I can do this up. I can't tell what classes you are or anything. It says one of your party members does not meet the requirements for this duty. We need a tank, a healer, and 2 DPS. Is it your item level? It says average item level 240. What's the requirement? Yeah, you have to have at least 240 average item level. What's your item level looking like as a paladin? Is that the issue? I'm rocking almost 300 or 400 over here. Oh, I'm on the wrong one. Sorry. Yeah, it's 360. Yeah. 360 minimum. So grab some what? Oh, do I need to wait? Maybe I should go check and see if I can get another piece. I can probably get another piece of my gear. I'm still missing the hands and the waist. Where was the vendor for that at? It was was it Rogger's Reach that had the vendors? Maybe? But yeah, it was a really, really rough, had a really rough time tanking the other night because people outgeared me and then weren't giving me time to hold aggro, and like aggro is a serious thing that you have to deal with in Burning Crusade. It's not just a given, you know? Alright, let's see. We need hands and waist. So now we just need to get to 280 and we'll have the last piece. All I'm missing is the waist. Is everybody ready yet? How you doing, Nova? You nearby? Oh, there he is. Take a look at this. Looking pretty 400 to me, man. Looking pretty 400 to me. Let's do this. Hey, the gang's all here. Alright, we just need a healer. Only took 100 minutes into the stream to reach actual gameplay. Yeah, that is definitely like WoW and Final Fantasy 14 are complete opposites when it comes to that. Like WoW, I'm like dozens and dozens of hours of just doing quests, and I haven't really talked about the story at all. And here it's like story. All right, 2 hours. Let's let them do one dungeon. Story. Hey, could you walk over there? Story. Hey, walk over here. Darn, story. Like, that's all Final Fantasy is. Final Fantasy is watching a movie, but you gotta like touch the mouse every now and then. Like, we got Wind Up Alpha and OMG. Fight! Come on. Get him. Get him out. Get him, Omega. In World of Warcraft right now, my Warlock has the little pet cockroach. Is not... It's not as cool as Omega, I will admit. X-Death? Alright, Alpha. Omega and Alpha have to team up to take on X-Death. The tree's got to go down. Kill the tree. Bad tree. What? Fight! Fight! That's actually something you can do in WoW, because you got like the little Pokemon battle system in modern WoW. You can have your little pets fight each other. Which I've never really spent much time on. Like, I don't know who decided that was a good idea. Let's just add like a whole Pokemon thing into the game that you can ignore. But it's there. It's there. Someone was like, this is it. This is gonna take us to greatness. Let's add Pokemon into WoW. So many weapon and armor coffers. carrying around. Here we go. The Gimlet Dark. Alright, Paladin boy. You got some tanking to do. Oh shit. Like freaking World War II over here. Look at this crap. Dance with me, Dragoon Man! Here we go.
Leave
They're
it to me.
freaking parachuting in. I will say that the dungeons in Classic WoW are much harder than the dungeons in Final Fantasy, but that's not really fair because the dungeons in Classic WoW are much harder than the dungeons in retail Final Fantasy WoW too. So I mean, it's like yeah, old dungeons are harder. Go figure, you know. Ian and Yugiri are helping us here, huh? Let's spread out, be wary of artillery fire. Poor summoners, yeah. Yeah, you're all horrible people. How dare you summon things? You trying to end the world or something? So there's one thing that, okay, so like in Final Fantasy 14, right, generally, as a DPS, you'd like to be like behind the enemy, right? You know, instead of in front of them, you might have a swipe or something, whatever, right? In like Final Fantasy, in WoW Classic, you sure as hell better be behind the enemy, and if you're not behind the boss, you're gonna piss off your tank. Not only can an enemy better guard from the front, but if they parry, it actually resets their swing timer in Classic WoW. So you'll actually make the boss attack the tank more if you fight him from the front and trigger parries. You can like get your tank killed by standing in front of the boss. What's this spinning thing? Is he gonna do like a swipe or something? Oh, I see. Alright, one boss down. Another thing you definitely don't have going on in WoW is this like standardized dungeon design. Where it's like trash boss, trash boss, trash boss, and there's always 3 bosses. Nah. WoW dungeons are like a lot more varied, for sure. As far as like just everything. Although I will say, doing Hellfire Ramparts, it is like 3 main bosses, yeah. That's sort of, but it's like trash, 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 boss in the middle of the trash, 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 and 2 bosses at the end. And that's just like the first dungeon in Burning Crusade. It's a very small dungeon. I'd say dungeons on average take a lot longer in World of Warcraft. They're bigger. They're much bigger.
I shan't hold back!
All right.
Ready?
I am really curious how my opinion of Final Fantasy is going to change when I get to the end game, you know? When there's no more main story to do. I imagine it's a different experience at that point. Prometheus. Okay. Hello. Reminds me more of like a Chrono Trigger boss. Mostly because it's a big robot and it's named Prometheus, but that's not fair because Prometheus is actually a party member in Chrono Trigger, not an enemy. That healer got ganked. Anybody res the healer? I just have to walk back in. It's another thing in Final Fantasy that I've been spoiled by is like people just having resurrects left and right. Especially mid-fight resurrection. That's a very special occasion kind of thing, and wow. Only druids can do it. At least in classic. Okay. This is a really cool like dungeon though. I love like I love the like mid-war dungeon. That's a pretty nifty idea. It looks awesome.
This knight does not yield! Out of my way!
Well, you can tell we have really good gear compared to this dungeon because you're just tearing through shit.
As one!
Unbreakable Sermit Blade.
This day you die!
Okay. Final boss. What will the final boss be here? Final boss of the final dungeon of the main story of Storm. Ooh. Hello. These savages bested our vanguard? Impressive. But in the end, they are only that, savages. Now let us be brief. His radiance awaits. We have 2 Magitech soldiers. Twins, perhaps? Romeo and Juliet fight? I'm just realizing that, like, the first raid in Burning Crusade actually is where the Romeo and Juliet fight comes from. Wow, whenever I say that. Alright, we'll get to it. Where'd the other one go? Okay. So he already had no health, he was waiting to die. Alright. Alright, so phase 1 and 2 done. Now they're gonna come out together, I'm guessing. Oh, I got ganked. So did the healer. It's just you two. Alright, one down. This Imperial Authority does. It's filling up, but you're getting them down faster. Barely. What happens if Imperial Authority fills up? Good job, guys. We've served our purpose. Come, we shall withdraw for now. Wipes this. Gotcha. All right. Dungeon's a fan favorite for a bunch of reasons, but it looks really cool. I haven't quite gotten the knack of dodging their little dashing about move.
There you are, and none the worse for wear.
I liked the NPCs were all joining in during the fight in the dungeon. That was kind of cool. There you are, none the worse for wear. She just said it.
Indeed. I had hoped we might do more to help, but there seems to be no one left to fight.
A tactical withdrawal, perhaps?
We should give chase. Finish them off while we have the chance. Imagine the other surprise when they wake to find the war already won.
The light will expunge all life. Only you can forestall the calamity. Throw wide the gates.
Oh God.
No, not like.
We're gonna lose Alize now? Who else is left? Shit.
Oh no. Don't tell me. Are you all right? Quickly! We must get her back to the encampment.
Running out of scions, man. So the Garleans have been routed, have they? Well done. Though this exchange was no more than a test of our strength, like as not, they won't be taking any chances now the Emperor has joined the fray. They'll want to take their time, whittle down our defenses. Still, with your help and that of our eastern allies who passed the first test, our line is unbroken. As for Alize, well, she's in good hands over at the infirmary. My lord, the Chirurgeons have completed their examinations of Mistress Alize, and it's as we feared. She's locked in a slumber without any outward cause. Just like the others. Damn it all. Aye, the Garleans picked a fine time to come knocking. 5 scions incapacitated, and with the enemy at our doorstep, I cannot spare the men to assist in the search for a cure. The best I can do is see to it that Alize is escorted safely back to the Rising Stones. Yuri and I would return to our encampment. The main contingent of our forces from the Far East is under sail. All must be made ready for their arrival. I'll not keep you then. Judging by the Garleans' recent movements, or lack thereof, there won't be any launching another offensive in the immediate future. You should return to the Rising Stones and given the plight of your fellow scions, I can understand if you feel on edge. You're no good to anyone without a rest. I'm starting to wonder if we're going to begin this new expansion by getting our own souls sucked out and start it from wherever that's where everyone else's soul has gotten off to. They're running out of other people. Oh boy. The Revenant's Toll. Ah, Helheim, welcome home. Word has it you and Mr. Salize gave the Garleans quite a thrashing. Speaking of whom, where is Mr. Salize? I was certain she would have returned by now. By the 12, not her too. Alker and I will ready the infirmary for her arrival. We will also need to send a message to Tartaru post-haste. Would that I had something other than grim tidings to share with her. And with you too, for that matter. It grieves me to report the Archon's condition remains unchanged. But as we speak, Pultene, Kryl, and Master Matoya continue to explore every possible avenue. Alas, their efforts have yet to bear fruit. But all is not lost. You're still hale and whole after all, though I suspect you must be tired from your long journey. You should rest, my friend, and leave the worrying to us, for the time being at least. Alright. Cutscene? Yeah. Meanwhile, at the border of Alamigo. Oh, okay. So are we saying this is Elidibus? Do we know yet? I don't know. Right. And a new achievement. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Yeah, that one doesn't give a title. Alright. That was the end of patch 4.5. Okay. A brief reprieve. Ah, Elheim, yours is a welcome face indeed in these troubled times. Though if you've come to inquire about our stricken brothers and sisters, I'm afraid I have not to report. Pultene and the others continue their tireless search for answers, and I too have done all in my power to assist them. Alas, my apologies for the intrusion. I was told Master Alphino had been brought here. I wish to see if his condition is improved. Mistress Elheim, I had heard of your part in play. I have heard about the part you played in driving back the Empire's forces. Thank you. That you were able to stop them, if only for a short while, gives me hope. I realize how strange such words must sound coming from a Garlean's lips, but I speak them out of love I bear for my homeland, because I wish to see an end to the bloodshed. That is why I chose to share all that I know with the Alliance. Though I will surely be branded a traitor, I am content to bear the ignominy. It will seem a small price to pay if it helps prevent this conflict from escalating any further. But enough of my prattling. The war is not what brought me all this way. I came to see Master Alphino. An acquaintance of Elheim and Alphino, are you? Well, far be it from me to turn away good company. If you will follow me, sir. When word reached me that Alphino had returned, it seemed only right that I visit him. Poor lad, it pains me to see him thus, but I take solace in the knowledge that he is safe and well cared for. He fought valiantly in the burn. The Populares could not have wished for a more committed ally. I know not how he came to be so afflicted, but I pray a cure will follow soon. On an unrelated note, you may be interested to know that I traveled here in the company of another acquaintance of yours. He awaits my return to the North Silver Tier, and I am certain he'd be glad to see you, assuming you can spare the time, that is. Okay. Interesting. Not far away. Maxima! Oh, there you are. I was beginning to think you'd not come. Sounds like you've been through the mill. You should have called me. But I must confess, tracking down missing souls isn't exactly within my field of expertise. As you may have surmised, I heard much of Master Garland growing up in Galdemald. Indeed, he has long been a source of inspiration for me. Most Garleans would say he is a traitor that turned his back on his country. We of the Populares, however, consider him a revolutionary, a man willing to defy the Empire's dream of subjugation. That his inventions might bring about a better future for all mankind. Please, revolutionary is a term best reserved for my work, but an Imperial defector who would thought to aid another Imperial defector. Whatever Master Garland says, I am humbled to find myself in such distinguished company. Speaking of distinguished company, we heard from Ralban that you ran into an old friend on the burn. Is it true? Gaius lives? Like most in the army, I never had the privilege of seeing the legatus without his mask. To think that I walked halfway across the burn in the presence of the Black Wolf. And he claimed to have severed ties with the Empire to hunt Ascians, did he? After his humbling at the Praetorium, one would think he'd have the good sense to stay dead. Should we meet again, I shall tell him so. Later, Alden also spoke of the Alliance's meeting with the Emperor. Though I still labor to believe what he told us, did his Radiance really claim that Galdemald was founded by Ascians? That is madness. The very notion is absurd. Every fiber of my being rails against it, and yet there's no escaping the truth. From the very founding of my homeland, my brothers and sisters have laid down their lives in service to a lie. The Ascians must be stopped. To save my people, to save all peoples. For all the Empire's many crimes, even I did not suspect. Had I known, I would have left a lot sooner. But that is in the past. Here in the present, we must apply ourselves to the problem of how the Empire's ambitions may be thwarted, not only in Eorzea, but in the Far East as well. The Ironworks will spare no effort to achieve that end. Seriu's wall was a good start, but we can do more, and we will. We'll show them what it means to achieve freedom through technology. Beg your pardons. I bear a message with a warrior of light. Commander Alden requests the presence at an Alliance headquarters in Alamigo. You would discuss matters of strategy at your earliest convenience. Ah yes, the inevitable messenger. I knew it wouldn't be long before duty called you away. Time, no doubt, is being of the essence. Could I tempt you to ride aboard the Excelsior? There's a faster way to rob on side. I'll personally apologize to the commander for keeping him waiting. Well, I mean, I could teleport. Probably faster. I swear, every time you board my airship, you seem to be barreling headlong into danger, and every time you somehow contrive to emerge victorious, which of course is an admirable skill. But no one is invincible, Elheim, not even you, so please take care of yourself out there. I pray you remain safe on the front lines. Though ill-equipped to join the fray, I shall do all I can to assist you from headquarters. My colleagues and I have been tasked with evacuating casualties by air. See that you aren't among them, eh? Mystery item. Commander Alden is waiting, my lady. It would be best if we proceed to Alliance headquarters at once. Are you ready? Yeah. Let's do this. You're here, good. I summoned you to discuss strategy, but first I want to praise you of Garlean's movements. Upon speaking with him, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It's recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Here we go. Have a duty here, it looks like.
There have been several skirmishes along the border, but as yet neither side has delivered a decisive blow. We had long assumed that the Garleans would overwhelm us in a straight fight, but we seem to be gaining ground, albeit slowly. As to why that might be, the most likely explanation is that they have yet to commit all their forces. Still, we're winning, and our latest intelligence suggests the Emperor has retreated back to Garlemald. In light of this, we're considering launching an offensive with the aim of pushing the front line forward and giving ourselves some room to breathe.
Commander! The Imperials! They've broken through our defenses to the east.
What?
Our scouts say their forces are being led by Lord Xenos. Lord Hian and Commander Hext have taken their troops to provide support, but we don't know how long they can hold out.
So, they've been biding their time, waiting for his arrival, have they? Very well. Send word to our allies, requesting reinforcements for the front line. Should the worst come to the worst, I may need to enter the fray myself. But what of you? Do you still have the strength to fight?
You need only say the word.
Much obliged. Given the choice, I'd take you over 100 soldiers.
Oh shit.
Why won't they open? Please, I bid you open.
Are we gonna get sucked out of our body too? Who else is left? We're okay so far.
What's wrong? Is it the voice again? Are you sure you're in a fit state to do this? May Ralga grant us strength. Give 'em hell, lass. I, for my part, will defend this place to my dying breath.
Meanwhile, at the border of Alamigo. Oh shit. Oh, we're playing Heian. Excuse the following weapon skills in succession. This is like a macro. Delivers an attack with a potency of 100. Additional effect damage over time. Rushes the target, delivers an attack. And they have second wind.
Ready?
Oh, this is a... Do you have the dot on him?
Yeah.
There's additional effect damage over time, but there's like no indication there's a dot on the dude that I can see.
This one's for you, Ida.
We're getting our butt kicked. I don't really have many tools at my disposal here to make this go better for me. That dude. Oh shit. No, the dot timer's right here. It wasn't showing up before though. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell?
Here it comes.
Okay. Oh shit. Get up.
The weave of a shinobi's power.
Gary's doing some ninja shit over there. I can't do anything.
The art of my forebears.
Barely hurting him. Give me a long fight. Okay. Oh shit.
You get it.
Damn you!
Damn. Broke the mask. Oh shit, they're all down.
Magic with a Garlean body. That's hardly fair. Still, he must be stopped, no matter the cost.
Yeah, good luck with that, bud. We're here? We're here. Alright. Let's dance, dude.
Ah, bringer of light. It has been too long. No words to mark our reunion? So be it. Equilibrium must be restored, and only your death will redress the balance.
Okay. That's you to be ourselves now, huh? Yep. Weak? You going weak? I don't know if we can win this by ourselves. Trixie. Keeping this moving. Feel sorry for the black mages. Actually, anytime there's any kind of movement, I feel sorry for the black mages. I do not look forward to trying to do duties like that as a black mage. Oh, what the hell? Is he like paralyzing me? Like every now and then? I keep like not being able to move all of a sudden. Okay. I feel like something's messing with my controls. Alright, Xenos. Duty complete. I love the dancers just always look ready to go.
Well. Yet, for all your strength, you will still fail.
Please.
Oh god, in the middle of a fight with Xenos?
Someone calls to you. Too late, alas.
Excuse me? Is this just our soul? What happened to our body? It looked really bad. Where the hell are we?
At last, I found you.
Okay.
Please, there's no cause for alarm.
Enigmatic figure. Okay. Whose face?
Though, I confess, this is not where I had intended to meet. But the place of our meeting is of no consequence, like the war you wage. Win or lose, the path you walk leads only to oblivion. The better path leads you here, to me. I have need of your strength.
This reminds me a little bit of like the transition from like Final Fantasy 13 to 13-2, where it's like 13, you're playing lightning and you're helping your friends and you're saving Cocoon or whatever. And 13-2 it's like, yeah, but God said she needed lightning, so lightning's doing something else now. Like lightning got called to a greater calling, alright guys, so just deal with it. Alright, yeah, who are you? And did you bring my body here? Because otherwise it's probably cut in half now.
I'm afraid such questions will have to wait. We have precious little time.
What is with his
Your work is not
face?
yet done.
It's the skin on his chest and his face has like something going on here.
Go to the Crystal Tower. I have left something for you near its base.
The Crystal Tower?
It will serve as a beacon of sorts. One which I pray will help you on your journey. All you need do is find it. I will take care of the rest.
How you thought about that? Like, is there something special in the story about the Crystal Tower? Is there a reason that of all the raids, that's the one they decided you had to do? Alexander and all them, they don't matter, but Crystal Tower, you gotta do that one.
Soon,
his arm too.
Wind the gates.
He's like turning to stone? Like, what is this?
And the path to the first will be yours to walk at last.
How are we not cut into pieces? Where are we? Oh, Amric. The person beside him looks so tiny compared to him. Oh my god.
You're awake. Thank heavens.
What happened?
Do you recall the confrontation with Xenos? You were the first to come to the aid of Mistress Lys and the others on the front line. In the midst of your duel, it is said you faltered, and that the Crown Prince seized the opportunity to deliver a mortal blow. Yet before his blade could find its mark, he was distracted by the arrival of a second adversary who bore you away from the battlefield and into the hands of our chirurgeons.
Who?
Lest you wonder, he left before you awoke. As is his wont.
Justinian? Nice.
Estinian never was one for emotional farewells. Though Xenos bested all before him, the battle clearly took its toll, for he retreated shortly after your rescue. Seeing this, the remaining Imperial forces decided discretion was the better part of valor and pulled back, allowing us to re-establish our position. We have since received word of renewed unrest in the provinces, doubtless inspired by the efforts of the Eorzean Alliance and our Far Eastern allies. Nor does the good news end there. We have also come into possession of intelligence suggesting unrest within the Imperial Court. This would certainly explain why both the Emperor and Lord Xenos appear to have abandoned the fight. A long-awaited ray of hope in these dark times.
What of the Scions?
Yet to awake, I'm afraid. But please, concentrate on your own recovery for now. You have carried the hopes of some half-dozen nations, and we are all eternally grateful for your efforts. But no. Leave this fight to us, my friend. You have earned your rest. But before I forget, I was asked to deliver a message as soon as you awoke. A reminder that you are not alone, though many of your allies have fallen. When you are well and rested, you are to return home, where friends will be waiting for you. Now, if you will excuse me, I must return to the front. May we meet again soon, under happier circumstances.
Well, this is the most unexpected surprise. I thought you can find a bed. Oh. Been a while since we've seen you. When I heard that you had collapsed in the field of battle, I confess I feared the worst, but With you standing here before me, I see now that the reports of your defeat were greatly exaggerated, thank the Fury. As long as we have you, Mr. Gilded, history suggests we have a fighting chance. Speaking of fighting, you may be surprised to hear that the war's effects can already be felt here in Ishgard. In anticipation of a need for reinforcements, Artoriel will soon be departing for the front lines with a contingent of our finest knights. I would advise you to stay until your strength had returned, but I know it would be an exercise in futility. Indeed, I suspect you had already decided on your next destination. Dark days lie ahead, of that I have no doubt, but the light of hope shall ever guide our steps so long as we have the will to press onward. And press onward we must. Farewell, my friend. I pray our next meeting will be under happier circumstances. Okay. Turn to the Rising Stones, huh? I think we're coming up on the end of Stormblood, guys. Yeah, so we're gonna be starting. It looks like we're gonna be starting with all of the Scions in a coma. It's reminiscent of the beginning of Heavensward, when everyone was just like dead or missing. Except we don't even have Alpha now. She's back from the Far East, it seems. These other guys in the Scions, like Hoary Boulder and like the crew that's left.
12! I don't believe it!
These guys have always seemed like tertiary characters. Like they introduced them like backup second string Scions, and then like they're always just kind of in the background, but like I don't know. Like throwaway characters almost. I don't know. They never do anything important, really. It's like, we need more people in the Scions, and so they made some, you know? We don't want them all to be just nameless people. Someone to talk to while everyone's missing, dead, or in a coma.
I rushed back as soon as I could. I swear, my heart nearly stopped when I heard you'd collapsed like the others. What in heaven's name is going on?
We're being summoned by someone.
Win or lose, the path you walk leads only to oblivion. Oh, well, that's helpful. And what else did he say?
We're fighting the wrong fight.
Path leads to him? If his is the voice you've all been hearing, perhaps the others are with him.
Maybe.
Sir Emmerich said the fighting had reached a stalemate, didn't he? But if that monster masquerading as Xenos comes back... Thancred, Yestola, Urianger, Alphano, Alize. You're going to need all of them on your side to defeat him. And I forbid you from going to face him on your own. Do you hear me? So if you must leave, go and find the others. Bring them home.
As for where to start, you said the stranger had left a beacon for you at the Crystal Tower, right? But how are you to find it now that the tower has been sealed shut?
Maybe it's not sealed shut anymore.
There has to be a way. If anyone would know, it's Sid and the researchers of St. Coinac's find.
Right.
Don't you worry. We'll find that beacon for you.
I pray you have good reason for abandoning the front.
How could I remain there while the rumor that my son is possessed by a demon spreads like a sickness here at home?
I mean, well, he is.
I will not be made to fight for the throne a second time. But what of you? Did you not tell me you would destroy Eorzea's champion with the ease that one might swat a fly?
A minor setback. She will not escape me again. Where is your grandsire? I would have words with him.
How should I know? Do you hide from each other's sight as well? I imagine he's doing what all Ascians do.
He must have found a way to take advantage of this turmoil.
Men are not pawns to be played with, Ascian. You underestimate us at your peril. This war will not be decided by you and yours. Man must choose his own fate, and I, for my part, will do all within my power to see Garlemald emerge victorious.
Pray forgive the intrusion, Your Radiance, but the requested preparations are now complete. We stand ready to begin production of Black Rose upon your order.
The hell? Okay. But what? What was that? What was that? Stormblood credits? You know what that means, guys. Next Final Fantasy stream. Well, next Final Fantasy 14 stream. Shadowbringers. That's a cool picture, at least. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to play this song. I'm gonna get DMCA. No fun. I say next Final Fantasy 14 stream because I think Deadshire might be going back to Final Fantasy tomorrow night. I knew you'd be all right, and to celebrate your return, I made you this. A brand new traveling outfit. I do hope it fits. But now's not the time to fuss over your measurements. I must go and speak with the researchers at St. Connick's Find. And you go rest while we track down the beacon. Scion's Traveler's Attire. Cutscenes. Oh, hello.
My enemy. My friend. Had I been but a step faster.
Bloody savages!
A pity your hunt leads you elsewhere. Not that I am surprised. May you find joy in it. Grow stronger, more savage, and savor every triumph. In the meantime, I will reclaim that which is rightfully mine.
Oh my. In the midst of a requiem for heroes, a voice rings out from across time and space. In fields of tranquil light, sow your seeds of darkness. So you, oh, okay. Level 73. And a requiem for heroes. Well, that's it for Stormblood. Is it time to watch ourselves a new trailer? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Oh yeah, I guess it's in the system, huh? I guess this is the war with the Empire on the edge of Girabanya. You were just here.
Many years have come and gone since that day.
I mean, we literally just did this time.
How many years have I waited for this moment? For the one that stood alone against the storm. For the one they called.
I like the music. Bahamut, the Crystal Tower, Estinian, there's all kinds of shit there. Okay. The hell? Shit.
What sayest thou, Master Matoya?
Matoya?
We may accept this fate or defy it, but we cannot deny it.
That's Matoya?
I am not wont to run from my troubles.
Young Matoya? Is that an angel? No.
Until our friend returns,
That's his Stola.
I will hold the line.
Did he call it Stola Matoya? This music is amazing.
This town certainly has changed, and not at all for the better.
Is that Thancred?
I'm not going anywhere. I promise you, Infilia.
Did they get pulled back in time? Is that where their souls went? Are they in the past?
This tragedy, greater even than the seventh
Whoa.
calamity, must be undone.
Like a crystal body. This must be a summon.
If history must be unwritten, let it be unwritten.
It's a primal, right? Seems like.
Become what you must.
What? Oh shit. And again? What? Okay, so like that trailer's amazing. So like I wish I could like, you know, this is why we need to watch this outside of Final Fantasy, because I can pause like a YouTube video and rewind the YouTube video, you know? So like so they got pulled back in time because like we're dealing with like a young Menphilia. They called, I thought we had a young Matoya, but it looks like that's actually Y'shtola, and there's no way Matoya is like an old Y'shtola, so there's like we're messing with the timeline or something. I don't even know. And then like I don't even know, man. And we're gonna become a warrior of darkness. So basically it's like light has gotten too far skewed and we need to return the balance by going dark. Like I don't even know. But let's because I mean that is lore from other Final Fantasy games, that the warriors of darkness aren't evil. They're there to bring balance if light goes too far out of hand. At first, when I saw the winged chick that the Warrior of Light was fighting, I thought for a second they were like introducing another race, because like assuming this is Ivalice, there is a winged race in Ivalice. There's multiple of them in Final Fantasy Tactics, like Advance 2 and Revenant Wings and stuff. They introduced like a flying race, which we haven't seen, even though this is supposedly Ivalice, so I thought maybe it was that, but then she's like way too big. It's like a primal or something. So Dancer and Gunbreaker, Vera and Hrothgar. Okay. I didn't realize Hrothgar was like a later edition.
How many years have come and gone since that day?
Warrior of Darkness, huh? Alright, so this part, we just did this part in the duty and everything. Although we didn't quite kick Xenos' ass like that. I don't remember that how that went down, but you know, whatever. Some artistic license there.
The Warrior of Light.
I love this music. This is some good music. Alright, so here we've got the dude stumbling along. This is the Warrior of Light, right? Theoretically, yeah. And like we're getting visions, so we've got like the Calamity and Bahamut, right? Bahamut. We've got the Crystal Tower briefly there. Nidhogg. Yeah, Stinian. Like basically all the stuff that's come up until now. The Warrior of Darkness, maybe. It's hard to see. It's really quick flashes. I don't know the boy. This is a little guy. Fucking gremlin. Now, like, this is like Valkyrie or something. Like, what primal is this? I like how he changed jobs like mid-flip as while being thrown. We got more fighting going on. Now at this point, is this with Matoya? Yeah, like, so where is this? Because it kind of looks like the 12s would if it were on fire a bit. And we've got, like, I guess Stola standing here watching over this? But he calls her Matoya, right?
What sayest thou, Master Matoya?
Yeah. And, like, that looks like Matoya's staff, although it looks a little different, but that's basically Matoya's staff. Do I recognize the guy here? I was wondering if it was, if it might be gildedJ, but I'm not sure.
What sayest thou, Master Matoya?
It's an astrologian, it looked like. Isn't that gildedJ?
We may accept this fate, or defy it, but we cannot deny it.
So, like, how is this Matoya? I mean, she learned from Matoya. Matoya is a different race.
Deny. I am not wont to run from my trouble.
I should have recognized the voice right away. The name threw me off. Like, we're already talking about being pulled through space and time, so I'm wondering if this is like, are we on another world? I don't even know. Switching jobs again. Breaking all our weapons.
Until our friend returns, I will hold the line.
Look at this. Where's this? We've got like a castle with airships. It almost reminds me of Lindblom from Final Fantasy IX a little bit, but then like there's like slums down here or something. I don't know what this is. At first the architecture was almost a little bit like Limsa, but that's not Limsa. We got these like cat people aristocrats. Is this somewhere in the Empire maybe? Now this, so this is Thancred as like a gunblade or something, and then like a gunbreaker maybe, and then this chick is apparently Minfilia. Like what? What's even going on here? Also, I want to fight this. I want to fight this guy. This guy looks awesome.
This town certainly has changed, and not at all for the better.
They talk about their, like, Ishtola talked about her friend being gone and then waiting for her to return or him to return. I assume that's the Warrior of Light. Are we, like, off being the Warrior of Darkness without them? Or, like...
I'm not going anywhere. I promise you, Minfilia.
Like, we're a couple decades in the past, if that's Minfilia. Is this at the base of the Crystal Tower? That's what it looks like, right? I noticed the music shifted. I don't recognize all the music. We got the introduction of the VR and the dancer here. I like this part right here where she like turns her eyes to look at the camera. That's nice. That's like at the base of the Crystal Tower. The map theme from 3. It makes sense, that's what the Crystal Tower's from. Now in here, we've got this dude inside the Crystal Tower with like a crystal body. Is that our dude from the end of A Realm Reborn, or is this someone else inside the tower? Like here, you go inside this crystal and it looks like it's charting out like ways, like other worlds. Like, are we gonna be traveling to the other worlds?
This tragedy, greater even than the 7th umbral calamity.
Like, who is this?
Must be undone.
Is this what was happening to the guy that we saw, that like his one arm is all like stone looking and then part of his face was messed up and shit? But like, this isn't stone, that's straight up crystal. And then back to Samurai.
If history must be unwritten.
Yeah, you keep on about history having to be unwritten, so we're like trying to change the past?
Let it be unwritten. Become what you must.
Like with this story in the trailer, I almost wonder if we're gonna go back to like the time when the Empire was founded and take on Grandpappy when he was still leading the Empire, right? Like that would seem about the right timeline. Not quite. Mentally, it was too young. Was alive already. I don't know. As it like breaks open, then you can see the Crystal Tower in the side. Become the Warrior of Darkness. So is this him as a Dark Knight, basically?
Become the Warrior of Darkness.
Woo! Damn it. 2 years ago. Oh man. So that's what we're signing on for when we start this next quest. The Circus Trench, that's going back to the Crystal Tower right there. Circus Tower, right? Yeah, I kind of want to continue the main story. We have trials to do. We can do those anytime. Like, there's no rush on that, honestly. We've got like 5 months to get everything done. Also, I think we may have lost Nova. He would say he was going to meet a friend or whatever. Well, yep, we're doing this. Ooh, gotta bring the music. Yep. Good news, Elheim. We've had a stroke of luck in our search for that beacon. Apparently, our colleagues have stumbled across a hidden path leading down into the hollows at the base of the Crystal Tower. A path I doubt we'd ever found had the Ironworks and the Suns not added their numbers to the party. Thanks to them, we have eager eyes aplenty down there, checking under rocks and peering into every nook and cranny. Still, it sounds like there's a lot of ground to cover. We better go give him a hand. My thoughts exactly. The sooner we find this beacon, the sooner you can travel to wherever it is this mysterious voice is coming from. The sooner we can work out how to help our friends. We have to find a way to wake them up, and before the Empire comes calling again, meaning we have no time to lose. There's a boat in North Silvertier waiting to ferry people to the site, so let's be on our way. Oh, the music! Oh, the music! Alright. Super hype. Oh, stick right outside. You went nuts, huh? Nuts in a good way. Crazy like a fox. We're gonna keep doing Final Fantasy on Wednesdays and Sundays for now. We're probably doing World of Warcraft all other days for the most part right now. I may need to change up the time a little bit depending on what nights my guild in WoW decides to start doing raiding, like Karazhan and stuff. So I might need to make myself available for raid nights. We'll see how it goes. Heading to the survey site map. It's on the eastern shore of the lake, and the swiftest way to get there is by boat. I haven't finished all the Mass Effect stuff, but you know, the release of a new expansion in WoW isn't going to wait for me to finish another game, so I kind of have to bend my schedule to that, because like it's happening now, whether I want to wait or not. Once I get to the end game and get caught up in all these games, it'll be easier to kind of put them on farm mode and not need to do them every night of the week, you know? But I have a lot of work to do to get there. Okay. Like once we get through Shadowbringers and everything, we're gonna kind of and do all the dungeons and everything. We're pretty much putting Final Fantasy 14 on farm for a couple months, probably. You know, we'll keep working on getting some better gear, maybe, or maybe leveling up another job or two. But like, that'll be that. You know, same thing with WoW. Once we get my characters up to 70 and get them to where they're raiding 2 nights a week or something, then that'll probably be that. We'll just do those 2 nights and the rest of the time can be spent on something else. Also, Deathshire's getting back to her playthroughs this week as well. Tomorrow night, I believe she's getting back into Final Fantasy. 7, I believe.
Look how many people there are! Should we get to it then? Pick up anything that seems the least bit device-like, and we'll make ourselves a pile.
Well, if it isn't the hero of the hour, maybe you'll change our look. We've found bugger all without you.
Biggs' voice, what?
Biggs! Wedge!
Aye, aye. Well, we could hardly say no to a call for aid from the Scions. Jesse called it the chief of some other business, so we'll be working twice as hard to make up for his not being here.
Thrice as hard, even.
Oh, God.
The Thank you, both of you. I'm sure we'll find that beacon in no time.
I'm not seeing anything out here. Do you reckon you could squeeze in there, Wedge?
And get stuck halfway? No, thank you.
I could try if you like.
Tataru, no! We couldn't ask you to do that.
Oh, I'll be fine. This receptionist is not afraid to get her hands dirty.
Sorry, I meant to say, the scholars haven't finished their preliminary assessment of the site yet, so we're not supposed to venture too far in. What's that you got there? Now that looks promising.
Isn't that the Ironworks symbol? Counterfeiters?
Now I have you.
You are right.
What's happening?
Stay with me. Focus on my voice. Let expanse contract. Eon become instant.
Wait, this must be it. The device. Oh, this is supposed to happen.
Throw wide the gates that we may pass.
Oh, safe journey, warrior of light. Find our friends and bring them home.
Okay.
Is it day for faded reunions?
For showing me the dawn's light will shine again.
Oh, do not look at me so.
You're slaves to a tyrant! There's no freedom in that!
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you.
Say
your spirited appearance always comes in welcome change.
We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this.
Warriors of Darkness. Oh. The Menfilia?
Your time has not yet come.
Where the hell are we?
endless dreams I awake. Something vague, yet urgent, calls me to action once more.
Rare to meet someone out here who's not a peddler themselves. What brings you into the wilds this time of night?
Is it the guy from the beginning of the game? Like, yeah. Like, this guy from like the wagon at the very beginning. What do you mean this time of night?
Well, if it ain't the oldest joke in the book. Me granddad, God's rest his soul, used to tell that one to the barman at kicking out time. And when, pray tell, did we last have a dark night? You rotten old drunk, you, he'd reply.
So is this the Warriors of Darkness world where light just conquered everything and now everything's light, basically?
Over 100 bleeding years ago, that's when.
Everything's a bit washed out and bleached.
You got that look down to a T. I'd almost think you meant it. Ah, got to you, did they? Poor beggar. That explains it then. Well, I've roads to travel and wares to sell, but you'd best hurry along to the town nearby.
This music too, I love it. Ominous.
Just head east through the trees and aim for the Shining Tower. You'll find the place soon enough. 'Tis the biggest settlement for malms around. Go on now, friend. They'll take good care of you in the Crystarium.
Crystarium? So is it going to be the Crystal Tower of this world, basically? Maybe that's the town at the foot of the Crystal Tower. Maybe that wasn't in our world. Yeah.
Dizzying heights it rises, the gleaming spire. Its tip threatening to pierce the blinding canopy. There, it will all begin anew. Between dark and light, the pure and the corrupt. The one true struggle.
Alright. I think what we need to do is we need to start splitting our nights up between advancing the Shadowbringer story and grinding in WoW to get to level 70. like every night. It's probably gonna be a while before I get to like a dungeon. Oh, we can't ride our mount here. Probably gonna be a while before I get to a dungeon in Shadowbringers. We got a lot of story ahead of us, it looks like. Forest of the Lost Shepherd. Thirstless Shore. The Source. Sullen. What are these names of these places? Chiliad. The Weathering. Okay. Norvrant. How does that sound familiar? Norvrant. Is it Norvrant where the Empire is? Am I wrong? It was Garlemald, but I don't have like an overarching map, do I?
Halt! Every face in this city I know. Yours, I do not. This is the threshold of the Crystarium, stranger, and I am its gatekeeper. If you would enter, you will answer my questions.
Kind of has that same like. I explain like the way she ends her words. Sounds like Fran. Maybe it's a Vieira language thing.
From where do you hail?
Hold on. They're all Icelandic. The Source.
The Source? What is this cryptic nonsense? Had you given me an honest answer, I would not have barred your way. We care little here for a person's place of origin, but instead, you chose concealment. And I will not suffer you to pass.
Ooh, dancer. I am also a dancer. See, we have so much in common, you should let me pass.
That one had eaten. It must have gulped down the whole hand, ring and all.
Oh shit. What? We just left that guy.
Everything all right, Captain?
Robe looks familiar. Yeah, it's this guy again.
Quite all right, my lord. Just
My
those
lord.
Sin Eater, and a weak one at that.
Sin Eater.
I see. Weak or not, we should be on the lookout for more.
Crystal Exarch. So he is turning to crystal, not stone, maybe.
But I see you've met my guest. I will escort her to the
Oh, yeah, it looks more blue now. So this is the guy with the crystal hand.
Front, is it? I should have known. Very well. I'll inform the others your guest is to be given the run of the city. Pray forgive my less than cordial welcome. May the rest of your stay with us be a pleasant one.
Come with me. I will answer whatever questions you have when we are somewhere more private.
His body's like turning to crystal.
Right then, before we plunge into the wheres and wherefores, let me first thank you for answering my summons.
It's fun, kind of funny because we're in like Norvrant or wherever, right? There's a zone in WoW that looks just like this with like the whites and the purples and the trees, which is in like the center of Northrend.
I had intended to bring you directly to my personal quarters, but I fear my aim was slightly off. That you were still able to make the crossing unharmed is a great relief.
So we've switched into another world.
We come to the question of where. The realm in which you now find yourself belongs to one of the 13 reflections, or shards. The first, to be precise, even if its inhabitants are largely oblivious to the fact.
Is this where the Warriors of Darkness came from?
As to wherefore, having been awarded the rather grandiose title of Crystal Exarch, I, in my capacity as caretaker of the Crystarium, thought to seek the aid of you and your companions.
Oh, the other scions here.
That is a question with no simple answer. But all shall be explained in due course, I promise you.
Interesting.
Let us begin with the glaring skies up above. Here in the first, the world has been all but consumed by primordial light. It began a century ago, by this realm's reckoning. A luminous flood swallowing everything in its path. More than 9/10 of this star was lost. And the fortunate few who survived are hounded by abominations born of that catastrophe even now. Sin Eaters, we call them. The creature you saw earlier was one such monstrosity. It was to save the first from this menace that I learned to bridge the rift between worlds. That I might call upon the aid of the greatest of heroes.
They're stealing me away from my world that needs me too.
And though it meant depriving a world of its champion, I had to try. For in saving the first, you would bring salvation to the source as well.
How so?
But what manner of host harangues his guests in the middle of the road? Let us continue our talk within the Crystarium.
So now my wonder is, are we going to spend this expansion in this other world while the fight against the Empire is going on without us? Then we gotta go save this world, and we come back and then see the aftermath of the fight afterwards. See how well the Eorzean Alliance and the Eastern Allies got on without the Scions and the Warrior of Light to help them.
Such a proud and vibrant city. The sole sanctuary for the living in a world all but resigned to oblivion. Each stone was laid with hope. The town itself a symbol, a monument to defiance in the face of death. No would-be hero could fail to answer its call. For who among us does not yearn for salvation?
Okay. Here we are. Welcome, my friend, to the Crystarium. Oh, really? They're not as good as what we asked. Oh well, at least at that. Now, a full and frank discussion in the privacy of my study would seem to be in order. But I think our conversation would be more meaningful were you to first gain a firmer grasp of the situation here. To that end, I would like you to visit a few of the Crystarium's civic leaders and glean everything of this world in its predicament. Something of this world in its predicament. As you can see, this path will take you directly to an Aetheryte, a convenience with which I'm sure you're only too familiar. Being the rightful object of my summoning spell, you should in theory be able to reach all the way back along your etheric trail and find a connection in the source, believe it or not. I strongly suggest you complete this attunement before venturing any further, so we can still teleport back to the main world too. After you've done so, walk up the steps next to the Aetheryte and head out to the left to arrive in the crystalline mean. This you will find our collective of crafters and gatherers, as well as their spokesperson, Catless, one of the people I should like you to meet. Another is Morin. To reach him in his Cabinet of Curiosity, you'll want to avoid the aforementioned steps, take the exit on the left, and simply continue straight along and down until you come to the large doors at the end of the path. The third and final person I should like you to meet is Bragi, our man in charge of trade and distribution. He is to be found in the markets, which you can access from the opposite side of the Aetheryte Plaza. In seeking out each of my colleagues, you will visit the major districts in the city and hopefully gain a feel for the place. I trust my directions were simple enough. Crystal clear. Very good. I concede the layout of the Crystarium owes much to historic necessity than planning. I'm sure you'll learn its twists and turns before long. In all honesty, the true challenge may be in finding the right way to approach its citizens. As you discovered upon your encounter with the captain, the people of this world are unaware of the existence of other stars and will struggle to accept the truth of your origin. That being the case, when they ask whence you hail, as they inevitably will, I suggest you claim to share a homeland with the Crystal Exarch. There is an unspoken rule here about peering too deeply into that particular mystery. Interesting. When you finish making the rounds, pray meet me in the large courtyard at the center of town. Until then, they're not allowed to look into his history. That's not suspicious at all. No mounting up here. More Vront. Interesting. Hey, look, it's minus. By focusing your senses, you detect the flow of vastly distant currents of Aether. Your connection to these energies is faint but stable and should allow teleportation to Aetherites in the source. I'm not a sprout! I'm not a sprout anymore! Ha ha ha! Ha ha! Nine days, 23 hours, 57 minutes. So literally 3 minutes short of exactly 10 days. Let's just say 10 days. 240 hours. Grade 7 dark matter. Yeah, you're right on the mark. It's already almost midnight. I think we should stop here for tonight and maybe get in a little bit of WoW time. I don't want to get too deep into the story because I'm not going to want to stop, and I have work tomorrow. But I think what I'll probably end up doing is playing a little bit of Final Fantasy. Probably not tomorrow, because tomorrow is Deadshire's stream. But I may start doing a little bit here and there. But I'm going to try and save all the major stuff for... No, you know, let's just stick to our schedule. We'll do Sunday and Wednesdays, because Deadshire's going to be doing her streams too. Let's not confuse the schedule any more than we have to. Wednesdays and Sundays. Alright. But yeah, wow, 10 days, 240 hours, and here we are. We're in Shadowbringers! We still got some trials to do though, so I mean, you know, we'll get those done too. Alright, let's see, 1 second. You recommend using this setting as my home point? Maybe I will. Do that. Boom. Alright, so that's gonna be it for Final Fantasy 14 tonight, but I'm not going off, so don't touch that dial. I'll be right back.